Let me do. Hey, look, you're pink now. You're pink. I don't know if you can see it the way I can. Are you pink? Pink and orange suits you. You are a diamond indeed. How are you doing today? You're great? Yay! Hello, sorry, I was typing in a tweet. How am I doing? Besides being tired, I'm otherwise excited, and I have bagels coming, so... yeah. I said, Memmy is objecting to viewer's choice today, and instead living her best life in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles! The struggle AA. Yesterday we finished 80 plus hours of Memmy voice acting. Memmy voice acted. First AA trilogy. Ooh. Demi? Demi, are you in my phone? Because I totally ordered 10 bagels. That's in addition to my, like, prepared bagel and my husband's prepared bagel. Ow. What hurts? Damn it! No, I don't! I just like buying things economically if possible. I don't know why I'm so excited for this. I know, right? I think you'll like the gift that I chose to put with the tweet. Yeah, I'll send it to you here for your convenience. I have to say, this guy has nice legs. Who needs to use your finger when you can use your whole leg? Yeah, I'm jelly. Me and my little short knobbers. Knobbers? Why did I say that? I have regrets. Oh. Got Ledig, we got General. Stubby knobbers. No. I regret the stubby knobbers. So I'm gonna try and play this, since I know how Ace Attorney works, I'm gonna see if I can play it without a guide. And if I end up taking too long, then I'll use the guide method again. But otherwise, I will be going in blind. Yeah. It's big. Hey, Carlo. How you doing, Carlo? This is too big. Lying in the scorching sun. Don't die. I spray water on your face. Oh, shh. You must live. Live for your people. Thank you for the hydration. That means you too, Carlo. No, not the warm yogurt. No. So, Carlo, we were joking that one of the redeems for, like the donathon of the charity, hey Blender, was to have a redeem for me to eat warm yogurt. It's my version of the you know, it's my version of like a hot pepper. Exactly, Bunder. I was saying that I've been eating yogurt for the past week, like Greek yogurt with honey and oats. And I was saying like, oh, like let me just finish this cuz like, you know, I don't want it to be warm cuz warm yogurt is gross, or it's like it's getting warm, something like that. And then Carlo grabbed onto it by the balls and has just been running with it. And I'm just like, no, not the warm yogurt, it's so gross. Look at some special Taylor, Escapades, Gallery, Auditorium, credits. What's going on? I think these must be the achievements. Let me see, do they talk about? Yeah, okay. Oh wait, no, I can't. I shouldn't read those. It says it says for correctly identifying this person as the criminal. I'm like, no. It's good to see these guys are just as faceless as always. Hold on 1 second. I'm not sure. Oh, suddenly 60 viewers. Hello, Baby Cat. How you doing, Baby Cat? Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, PC, and Windows 3DS. I fell asleep 10 p.m. my time last night in a spot where the Godot was caught by seeing the Japanese garment without garment. Like, damn. Yeah, Carlo. It just kept going. And going and going and going and going. Hey, Ada! Why are you showing a black flag? Blender, what did you do this time? Oh yeah, Carlo, someone had suggested, reading a fanfic at the end, so I did that as well. It was like a short little thing, but... You have 8 of the rare skins in a game? Which game? DM it to me, I want to hear the tea. You woke up at 7 a.m.? Damn. Oh yeah, actually, you should watch the, you should rewatch the, fanfic, because I really got into it. Let's just say it that way. Although the last, like, 15 minutes or so of the stream is basically me going to walk the dogs, coming back, and then deciding that I shouldn't do Chronicles yet. I should wait. So... so feel free to ignore that. Don't forget there's fish if you want it. Rainbow Six Siege. What is Rainbow Six Siege? Rainbow Six Siege. Oh, I see. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, an online tactical shooter video game. At Ubisoft. Congrats on getting those skins. That must feel good. I really made Demi work hard for that accolade. Yeah, that's a mood, Peppy Cat. I got Cult of the Lambs this morning, so that's my on sale no less. That's my empty wallet. Between that and getting getting bagels for the next week or two. 'Cause I really need to get some bagels. 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 Opening packs. Ah, those are what gets you. Wow, Blender, that is an overreaction. Because, like, I think that the moment you added the LMAO, like, that was what made it, like, okay, this is clearly a joke. Yeah. Well, don't worry, Blender. You can when everyone when the rest of the world bans you, you can still come back here. When there's no one left, we'll still be here. Okay, we'll give people a few more minutes, and then we will get started. Get hype! Surprised I'm still here. Is that a question or a statement? Because yes, I am surprised. You should stick around, because I think that maybe you'll enjoy this. God damn, Ada. Don't leave me. My husband was trying to gaslight me that today was Thursday again this morning. We did that last night, and I'm like, no, because today is Viewers Wednesday, and yesterday was Ace Attorney Tuesday. And he's like, no, tomorrow's Thursday, or something like that. Today's Wednesday, but it was like after midnight, so that's probably what he was like going off of. Blender, are you still in an ad? Hey. What kind of muffin? Welcome back, Blender. So you didn't hear any of my response to your ban. Ooh, blueberry. Blueberry is probably one of the best. Okay, so basically what I was saying was it definitely was an overreaction. I feel like the moment you added LMAO, it was clear that was a joke. And that even so, after you got banned from all the other channels, you'll still have a you know, the place here with us, so no worries. Too hot? So it's like fresh out of the oven or something? I feel like it's very like it's uncommon. It's a rare treat to be able to get a muffin that's fresh. The Peppy Cat fingies, no! Objection! The mouth burns. Mwah. Like every time I look at my model, I can't. Ermiger de fingers. Every time I turn my head with this model, I can't believe that I thought that this was like satisfactory. Like, oh yeah, this is nothing. Why did I think this was okay? It's not okay. Fine. You say so. Hey Fox, welcome! Perfect timing. And also, my mouth is so tiny. Like, just wait until it's upgraded and you're just like, it's gonna be great. You'll see. How you feeling today, Fox? Okay, drive safely. Some cats can be chill. And you need to put your head down to find coins heads up. Demi, you sound like my husband right now. Like, it's so random. Why are you even saying that? And oh, I found a penny. It was heads up. Oh, I missed that part. I thought he was just saying it out of nowhere. And Peppy Cat, are you saying some cats can be chill and the other, are you the other? Is that what you're saying? The diddler? Ew. Hey, deal with it. Nice. And what does the other entail exactly? Mom's Blender. You would it. My demo is Two-Face, not the Riddler. He found a penny face up. Fox, how long does it take you to drive? Someone just called to me. Indeed. Yeah. Seriously, grab your popcorn. That's cute. Oh, that's cute. Oh, Mortish. Hi, Mortish. Jacob is here. And a bunch of other people. I don't know. Hopefully they're not bots. Wow. Demi, when I go into the chat, the users in chat, I see VIPs, and you're like in your own section now. Okay. How big are the muffins? Old horsey pics on my mother's Facebook. I'll post them if you. Okay. Bueno. Good. Are they like normal sized, like muffin tin sized muffins, or are they like giant muffins? That's what I want to know. I know, Demi, I know. That's what I'm telling you. Small. Oh. Sounds like I just shoved them in my maw and just like, oh. And just like one bite. Because I can. Okay, so this music is hype, but it definitely, like, gets old faster than the original music. But that's just me. We can get started in 2 minutes. 11:30. Get your muffins, get your popcorn. Give me my bagels, please. We're ready. But mainly, I'm just glad that I'm able to stream. Because I really thought that I wasn't going to have the speed. I did a speed test this morning and it said slow. Yesterday it said quote-unquote fine, but I couldn't actually upload anything. I could barely, like, search anything. And then today it was slow for 5 megabytes, and I'm like, what the fuck? But now we're all good. What? Okie dokie. 30 seconds. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, doot, doot. This is the longest, it's been the longest 30 minutes of my life. Okay, let's go, let's go.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Is it loud enough for you?
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Those eyebrows, he must be our protagonist. 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗶𝗀𝘀. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay, Carlo, I can't tell if Carlo was joking or not. Can I lower it now? Is this fine? What's a good... I think I might need to lower the sound effects just a little bit. That's a very aggressive typing. 22nd November. Oh, I see. We're popping back here. 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary, Defendant's Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? You're out of Peppy? What's Peppy? What? Oh, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Oh, Pepsi! So you really are a Pepsi! Pepsi Cat. The truth is revealed. And here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict in the case, no one has the right to threaten him as no one has the right to treat him as a criminal, so you will hold your tongue. Just technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryu? This is gonna be trouble. Right, Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, okay. I'll get this eventually. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Although, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But, obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head up high. Oh, there's a break. We break. The tension intensifies. Popcorn stops. Chips intensifies. Because my bagel isn't here yet and I'm hungry. Ow. Hell yeah. Thank you. Oh. Whoa. He was a lot darker. I thought he was like a gray horse. I guess he could have been just dusty. Oh, that's cute. Rocky seems pretty, like, small. My dog Joopy reminds me a lot of a horse.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. Thank you, Carla. Guess not Rai. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. It's a lot easier to pronounce than Ryunosuke. Because it was like whatever I was doing. Because I guess his Rai would be R-A-I. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke nu na Hodor. Hodor. Whatever his last name is. Bless you, Carlos. I'm back. Ryunosuke. I think Carlo is becoming like Ust's protege. Or like his apprentice or something. Such helpful, much wow. Thank you, Kyo. You're late to the party. Ryunosuke. Carlo already, you already ate your damn muffins? Yeah, whether that's small. Carlo already shared a video on how to pronounce it. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke.
Sure, too many people mispronounce. Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. Ryuno. Author will be looking at how to say more names from Japanese and...
Oh, we got a fresh kill. Do you know Suka from the subtitle? Harlow and Blunder, are you guys trying to antagonize me for the sake of it? I think the bagels are here. John. One second. We aren't good at sword triggering you. No, it wasn't. I know I found it funny, but it was just more like I couldn't tell if you were joking or not. And my dog gaslit me into thinking the things were here, but they weren't. Ryunosuke. You mean I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. I did it, guys! I did it! Kazuma Asoji? Is that how you say it? Asoji. Kazuma Asoji, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Hey, Fox. Apparently everyone can read Ryunosuke's mind. You didn't miss anything, Fox. I mean, our main character is thought to have murdered his professor, but that's all we know. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. Thank you for the blink and breathe, and thank you for the remember. What am I remembering? Now you can see why I was so excited, Demi. Dada, is this indeed the Meiji era? I guess, Happy Cat wants me to remember from 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Oh, that's the Ryunosuke. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been dreaming about this day. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have to acknowledge my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yeah, it looks a little bit red. Whoa. Is it just me or did this just appear? Am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. No, Ad, I was just wondering if because you could probably recognize things. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. Wasn't it? Oh, it was 𝗟𝗋𝗋. 𝗟𝗋𝗋 was saying that this was in a period when Japan received like cultural like had a cultural blend with England, and so it changed the legal system significantly. Hey, Dre. Welcome, Dre. How are you, Dre? I am also very... Are you very good? I hope very good. I'm pretty good. Just waiting for my bagel. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see... that's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. So, in case you guys couldn't tell, I'm trying to give Kazuma a lower voice and... who's... Oh, you're David.
In literature, too many people mispronounce Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. And I'm trying to give Ryunosuke a slightly higher voice. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi. Asoji. Suji? Is it Asogi or Soji? May I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. I killed a professor, allegedly. But never mind that for now. Asogi. Asogi? Asogi. I think it's Asogi, right? Someone tell me if it's Asogi or not. Oh, I've been pinged. And I had a gun in my hand. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellence's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense of this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may have been some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Makotoba. Yujin Makotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Makotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, As you have no doubt heard, 𝗟𝗍 has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Never granted again. And never granted again. Oh my gosh. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. No pressure. I've had a feeling okay, is it 𝗟𝗍 or 𝗟𝗍? Because I would normally be able to know, but because I don't see many words in this particular orientation of letters, I don't know. 𝗟𝗍. 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 No! Don't say it. Ada, that's not helpful. Is it 𝗍 or 𝗍? You just basically just wrote it again. 𝗍 or 𝗍? 𝗍 or 𝗍? 𝗍 or 𝗍? Where's Kyo? Because y'all are answering so slowly. 𝗟𝗍. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ada. I had a feeling 𝗟𝗍 might have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. Never mind, Kyo, you're too late. You got the answer from Ada, eventually. Goose or giraffe? I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It seems our superstitious discussions are being cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma 𝗟𝗍 must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Me and my one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. For those who didn't hear before, I'm trying to go... I'm gonna try and go into this one blind. So G, right? Because, like... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, anyway. I'll be quiet. 22 November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature? Judicature? I think I read something different last time. Please, Mom, get out of my room. I'm playing Minecraft. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 2. Oh my god, his eyes. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, right? Right. Now I'm second guessing myself. I don't need to listen to the thing. Good. Oops.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. Wait, can you guys? Yeah, you guys are listening to me. Listen to it. Fuck. I didn't realize that the Discord is still connected. Because it's like, the stuff like this, if I'm like, even though I know what it is, if I start second guessing myself, then I'll just not forget, and I'll just forget over and over again. But yeah, yeah, Kazuma causes his own wind. But yeah, I didn't realize you guys were listening to me. Ryunosuke. Uno. Let's listen to it again.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. Uno. Ryuno. 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 Ryunosuke. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Damn! The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellence. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Also, yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. Just a reminder that, no, Maya was still alive. Maya was, basically the, okay, now the bagels are for real. Here, hold on. Does someone want to update him real quick? I'll be right back. Maya who? Yo, how dare you? How could you say Maya who? Yeah. So, Dahlia took over Maya's body, but Dahlia didn't know, and Maya was basically trying to escape Dahlia's clutches because, you know, yeah. And Godot was involved. And I suggest you watch the VOD. Maya he, Maya ho, Maya ho, Maya ho ho. Numa Numa. The bagels are warm, guys! What the heck? This is so... Like, I think that Pepsi... Hey, General, I think, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀's warm luck ran off on me. It sounds kind of weird, but I already said it now. And now Kyo can die happy. I'm still kind of the voices. I mean, except for Kazuma and Ryunosuke, the voices are still kind of like up for grabs in terms of what voices I should use. So if you guys have any suggestions, let me know. I can only go so deep, though. But I'll go... Okay, I'll keep a deep voice with the judge. Go corpse deep? Dude! I don't have that ability. Judge Bao voice? I don't know who Judge Bao is, but... I don't know, he doesn't give me goofy judge vibes. Especially since, yeah, I felt like the prosecutor was not quite as mousy as, Prosecutor Payne. Oh, you mean Bao isn't like the VTuber? I don't know what Bao sounds like in this respect. But since this is like right when Great Britain and Japan merged their legal systems, I doubt they would choose someone who is goofy. They would want someone who's like serious about it, you know? Especially in Supreme Court. Wait, I gotta let another cat out, goddamn. Hey. The last boss? How about that? Okay. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is that the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellence, no confirmation is needed. I am standing here beside the defendant. I hope it's clear who will advocate. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What?! What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotobo told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Nani? How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind is completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. At least you can still stand next to us. Well, for a mere university student to be brought here before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Perpetrated? I've never seen that word before. Time to look it up. Perpetrated. Oh, perpetrated. I'm a dummy. It's because the way I read it, I'm like ready to read everything wrong, so then I'm like reading normal words wrong. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. No, perpetrated, like you're the perpetrator. I think perpetuated would be something else. Perpetuated. No, because perpetuate means to like continue indefinitely. So it's like, ah, this is the crime that you did again and 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 again. Yeah, what Janelle said. I think my other cat's meowing. God, everyone's so needy today. Never mind, I'm just hearing things. Perpetrated. Perpetrated. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. I swear to God, like I have one ear headphone off now, because I swear to God I keep hearing my cat meow. But he's like not there. So, oh, I don't know, for those of you who might remember a while ago when I was playing Nightingale with Scoob, there was like this deer that would make this cat meowing sound, and it was like really, really bizarre. And like part of me wonders, is there like secretly a cat in the game or something? Thank you for hydration check. 𝗟𝗔，
就该光宗耀祖，一家团圆。的确，贪图荣华富贵，抛弃糟糠之妻。
Is that the Justice Bow? Oh, that's a cute wink. Thanks, Demi. I'm proud of you for making, like, this might be your first clip. I did indeed play the vid. Honestly, he just sounds like... I'm proud of you, Demi, dude! Keep it up. Now that you're a VIP, you have big shoes to fill. I mean, honestly, he just kind of sounds like your typical, wow, these bagels are so warm! He just kind of sounds like your typical Chinese, you know, historical official type thing. Like the way they put the stress on the acting. If we know what Demi do, we know what Demi won't do. You never know what Demi won't do. Demi will surprise you. That's what Demi do. Sorry, I'm just finishing this bite. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 energy. Yo, can you put the thing in stream goodies too, the wink? Demi do does anything Demi did do indeed. Dimsdale Dimmadome. I don't know who Doug Dimmadome is, and if he's real, and if he does indeed own the Dimmadome. Or maybe he just did. Dimmadarn. Dimmadamnation. Almost done chewing. Okay. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. You know, someone from my age, you don't watch any old cartoons. Yeah. Because the people who would be showing me those old cartoons are older than those people. Our parents are in their 70s. My dad never really watched any TV, even as an adult. Well, I mean, he watches, like, drama and TV now, like, but I mean, like, he didn't watch pop culture as a kid. He was, like, in his shed in the backyard in Florida without any AC. Building model airplanes. Oh, no, I watched all that stuff. Like, Dimmadome, like, sounds familiar. I did watch... It's from Fairly Odd Parents, isn't it? But I just don't remember. Basically, if something is not being used, my brain, it just goes bye-bye. Just delete it. No, I can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Now that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. Ah, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Inosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. University collar pin. Proof I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. You'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Welcome back, Peppy Cat. You guys do so much yard work. You do the yard work. You do enough yard work to make up for me not having a garden all of my life. Exactly, General. That's funny. And then Letty comes out of nowhere and it's just like, oh hey, me with my meta quest. Let me help you with that. John H. Wilson, victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Wow, of all people to kill, it had to be a British guy? Taketsuchi Auchi. Taketsuchi Auchi. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes of cultural reformation this brought. Oh yeah, because Meiji Reformation is a thing, right? Medical professor, learning forensic. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Imagine if you had access to the court record in real life and you're just like, hold on, give me like 30 minutes to just ponder this. Everyone just has to wait there. Ouchie. Pain, ouchie. Ah, Demi, so smart. I figured it was some kind of like play on words, but I didn't necessarily know how or where. Now you better not keep his excellent waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court, and then press R to present.
Yes!
Drifting lawnmower? What the heck? That doesn't sound safe at all. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Ouchie. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is why this case has profound implications. Imagine trying to groom your beard like this. Like it's like short here, and then long here, and then short here, and long here. It's like separated all fancy and shit. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you are well aware, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is so scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient, expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why... Well, I didn't shoot my bagel fully. So that's why this crime has unusual peculiarities, is it? Because this is like an older, like, it's more historical, they're using bigger words. Uh-oh, gotta ban this person. I don't see them with the user thing. Let me just open up Twitch. Deep, Peppy Cat, deep. No, bye, Fox. What? Talk about a hit and run. Fish and run. True. Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me propose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellence. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. J.H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select Present. Do it now. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. This was cute. I like this. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, the doctors dissect corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court accepts this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print has been entered in the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Fuck. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. He's gonna break his fan one day, saying, "Ugh, this is it then." I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I could still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀 must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Or... Right, so... He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control those cold sweats. If only you rein in that crazy headband and control those cold stares first. Witness! State your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. What the fuck? He's bleeding. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants in Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. Wow, this game is really testing my reading skills. Understood. Also, Naga-san, would you kindly tell the court everything you can tell about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. That was when I was in the kitchen, putting away the crockery and the cutlery. Okay, Occidental? Occidental? What does that even mean, though? Like, I can kind of tell, like, occasion. Occidental. I see there's, like, occasion in it, and then there's dental in it, like accidental. A place where occasions happen. I don't know. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an Englishman, slumped in this chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes.
Hold on, just let me clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I was asking for you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... the next time you interrupt an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. You have a chance to fight back. Oriental, but for countries like the... Oh, interesting. Ah. But why is it called... why is Oxy the first part? I guess maybe, because we're used to hearing Oriental, it doesn't sound as strange, because it's like, okay, well, where's the Orient? Does that mean it's the Occident? For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim was with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. Without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't know. I guess maybe probably because hold it would be too rude in this era. I don't believe it. Actually, I have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Just because he drew that he was seated alone doesn't mean he was actually alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Oh. And... now I can eat! And, like, if you think about it in Japanese, it's like, hi... like, saying yes, like, doesn't actually necessarily mean yes. I mean, you know... I don't know, maybe, like, it's just, like, an interjection, like there's been saying. And at this point in time, they're still figuring out how court proceedings should be occurring in the first place. So it's kind of an interesting take on how everything's going at this period of time. Rebraiding my hair, don't mind me. Wasting valuable minutes when I could be eating. Demi, can you remind me to put my bagels away before the day? Before the day is over. I'm glad you're feeling happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. I mean, we're still in the tutorial. We haven't actually gone to the real mechanics yet. And I know there are a lot of different things, but so far I'm enjoying it. And I like the variety in animations. I've actually toned down 𝗟𝗶's nasalness. Because I thought that he would be the equivalent of Pain, but I wasn't 100% sure. Yes, definitely refresh. I'm pretty sure Apollo is also 3D, but I think that just because it follows a more close formula, and also there's some reoccurring characters in Apollo, so I'm glad that we did this. Yeah, well, in the beginning, it's always kind of more like this. Like, in the beginning of the other one, like the tutorials, it was also like this. But also, as you may notice, it says autoplay. So if you want to literally just watch it, and then decisions are made for you, you can do that. Which is, you know, interesting. It's basically a glorified visual novel. But you have me as your narrator. Welcome back. But clearly, you're a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that all about? He was completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The witness... Oh god. So if I just stay here, he's just gonna repeat this sound over and over again? So... The court has now heard a precise of the case. God damn, so many new words! What the heck? Yeah, so the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Yeah, that's what I figured. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. I guess it doesn't let us flip it over yet. But he's not facing his dinner, or his meal. Why is that? And even if his meal was in front of him, there's no reason for him to... There's no room for there to be someone in the back. Flour? Where's flour? In terms of the Japanese characters, that's just because it's lower right. Oh. Maybe. So it's in terms of the Japanese characters, unless you mean the ones that are like right here. These are just the labelings, but I guess you're probably talking about this stuff here. I wonder if they're backwards. I can't really tell. Oh, gotcha. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. Good thing Sora's not here, otherwise she'd be probably asking me about like every other word. I'm like, I don't even know. But I must warn the defense, if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who are present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Perhaps. Either that or she'd make fun of me. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikatoba's said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. The first point, guys! Oh my god, the first point. Indeed. Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced, forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Oh my god. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find myself employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquities from the efflorescence of our nature, Nippon. And conduct my trade from 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀, a humble premises in the 2nd District. 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀𝘀 at your service. Less Nosa? Does he have less of a nose? An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. I did not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios in which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀. What does malding mean, Kyo? You keep saying malding, and you don't tell me what it means. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀 because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner, what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. Did I just hear a baby cry? It sounded like Nyeh. What was that all about? Like, it wasn't just me, right? That was weird. Malding is anger. I've never heard that word before. Malding. Internet slang term that describes someone who's extremely angry or irritated about something to the point where they might metaphorically lose their hair. It's a combination of words mad and balding, and is often used to describe gamers who get angry while playing a game. Ah. Welcome back, General. I literally just... Too late, Gyo. Too late. You had your chance. What did you bring to eat, General? Fair enough, fair enough. Is this man as impossible to understand? This man is as impossible to understand as the other. Ramen and eggs. Oh, nice. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange sound during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? So, guys, the truth is that it's actually 3 babies in a army uniform. That's what's going on. That's why we heard the baby noise. If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing ready to report, sir! Oh, he has a baby on his back! That's what this is. He's holding a baby. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. He's a papa! It's probably saying, like, he couldn't have possibly seen it because he was paying attention to his child. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black-uniformed university cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university student cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Why did you, Gaga? Did you not think... Funny. Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw was lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking some coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, then there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we've heard, Your Excellency, there was no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony in court has heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to cross-examination! Dear me, dear me. Well, let me guess. The 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀 boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant has obviously no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The dude he shot from... I think he was shot in the chest, but the bullet didn't go through. The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma so commanding. Oh, Kazuma, please, no. Don't touch me there. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins. Ryunosuke. Good eye, General, good eye. Who's the general now? General Sergeant. General Tell! But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier says has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing it is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves that the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. that wimpy slap? What the fuck? Do you hear that? It just sounded like someone like slapped someone in the face. Like, not even that hard. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Maybe eventually he'll have a more girthy bang. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. I myself was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio on the military general.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with the said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognoscente appraised of its indisputable value to be present. So, you were hoping to sell your koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, for whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious koban. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting to a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of midday luncheon. Therefore, there remaining precious few present for who I can engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precious moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying you actually saw me that time? Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun to the English civilian. Well, that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over at the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean you didn't in fact see the precise moment in which the killer actually fired the gun. Arr! And double R! My sixth sense... Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up on the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means... a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I have got it where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? I was wondering when the baby was going to make another sound. Well... it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed cadet fired on the English University civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes!
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What could possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves without any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. This is just so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here within the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant 𝗟𝗶හි𝗸𝘀𝘀. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired at the Englishman civilian, and the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, it can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound into the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is obviously the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh my god. Oh my god, baby! Oh, well, What the? Was that? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant 𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony of the court as heard has proven one thing beyond a reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant 𝗟𝗟hi𝗸𝘀𝘀𝘀, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. That would be funny, Blunder. Oops, I didn't read it. Whoops, what did I say? There's no place in an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. Hey, turnabout. So this is what it's like to be an ace. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet, he pointed the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Hunting for treasure? Indeed, the 𝗟𝗶හි𝗸𝘀𝘀𝘀, Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it has my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of my interest from my shop, 𝗟𝗟hi𝗸𝘀𝘀𝘀, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was the military man I proffered my Hoeg treasure. Hey, Lord Zath, how are you doing? Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, you're so clever, Demi. How you doing, Lord Zath? I believe he would purchase such a rare find. I did believe that he would purchase a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, averting my eyes for the briefest moment, there was no more. I simply vanished. Koban vanished? Oh, the Koban vanished? I would too. Hi. Hunting under the table. I was, in case mishap, it fell in there. Then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. That lamentable day, the precious Hobon coin was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony in this court has just heard that the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict in this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗶H? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as a Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out from over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀 family to rise through the ranks, sir. Name. Ido. Oh, I do. I do, maybe? Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ah. True. Ido Tain-shun! Your father's about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy! Oh my god. The true culprit. I do attention. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of firearm discharge, it was almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, signing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. The testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. This is a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel. Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As plain as can see, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. Yeah, because the sergeant was the one eating the steak, but we don't... But was he that close to them? We don't actually know, right? Let's see. This isn't very, like... These just show 2 chairs, and it's 1 chair here and 1 chair here. This doesn't match the drawing of having, like, 4 everywhere. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him! It would seem we'll all be able to telegraph their report to Great Britain on time, after all. Witnesses' testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. Exactly. That's what I was mentioning before, like when the thing when he was shot, he's facing the different direction. To think I, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀, but had to contribute it to the enmity of these 2 great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule! 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀. It's not over yet. 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀. What? If you say it's true, there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, 𝗟𝗋. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. You have a difference in opinion on that. The opinions of a uniformed officer or that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there, you have it. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Now let us not forget the antiquities dealer witnessed the accused in the most indiscriminating inquisition as well. Isn't that so, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that lad in black. That much I did see.
Yes!
Yes, that may be true. I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I already told you, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, it's the culprit. It's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Well, events are beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I filled up to pick up the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 for the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. He literally just supported what that he didn't see. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with a pistol in your hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises confirms we are the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and time again. I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant. I know. Of course I know this place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there is a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There is indeed a reason. There was? It was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? A medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada Clinic? Haha, instead of Hadi, it's Hada. Yes, it would appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. That very day of the incident. Though the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment, the explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryusuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted to the evidence or not?
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention, the victim's movements prior to his arrival to the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up for us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. Most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. Thank you for the hydration check. Thank you for the blink and breathe. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
I'm just gonna press everything anyway. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on this point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget, an incontestable evidence that we have support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, There's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antiquities dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Excellent work, 𝗟𝗡𝗀𝘀. We've gleaned some new information for now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Because, like, I know I could give him the, show the table, but I wanted to see what else they had to say. Because, like, this game is a little different in that it doesn't tell you everything first and then have you go over it again. I mean, like, it does, but, like, I don't know. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little bit more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. That's what I was trying to do before, but it wouldn't let me. It won't let me! There's no magnifying glass! Use arrow keys to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles by using WSAD. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use arrow keys, WSAD, and space to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the date the professor was killed. Extraction of molars with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean you had a tooth taken? He had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before that incident, he had a bad tooth removed. He wouldn't be eating steak if he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in medicine for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this. Anesthesia. Because it doesn't look like Okay, they do say anesthesia. I thought that maybe they misspelled it. That's why I was struggling. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds more like information bearing in mind. Medical information has been updated. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I never consulted one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All when you're on your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. The bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Okay. It says how to clinic on this medical report. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Okay, be careful. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illness like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. There is a treatment. Okay. Because the other one, it would let you know if you already looked at something. So I didn't know how. I'm still learning how big the window is, like the space is. Like, oh, this whole thing is what counts. Yeah. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. So he's not actually a... He's not actually a waiter. Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see what it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, the business cartouche tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... Updated in the court record. Oops. This is the plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you said you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look at the upper corner where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially if they're in a hurry. You mean you don't remember these characters yourself? You mean you don't remember these characters yourself, do you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Okay. Okay, got it. We already know this. Got it. Oh. Ah, the symbol of 𝗟𝗎 University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of some of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. My personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a 𝗟𝗎 student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Is he saying something? Okay, we're 901. Got that? Because we're probably gonna need this at some point.
Yes!
Well, I think, what are you wittering about, you lad? You call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. 𝗟𝗎 Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that. So purposefully. You knew exactly what it was that you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. General! I just what I was doing, and then it led me into this. Please no backseating unless I ask, thank you. Korekuta-san. This is a medical report card. Belonging to the victim. Oh, no worries. I appreciate the help. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written to this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. Oh, by the way, so feel free to ask me if you feel like I'm struggling, you can always ask me, like, hey, do you want some help or something? So, yeah. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Rinotsuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Oh, yeah, also, I just tend to be someone who likes to explore all the things. Okay, carry on. The witness testimonies in the court have been loud and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. Cute, Dre, cute. For the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated the crime. Oh. It was a solid slam this time. This medical report has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What is this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Look, it's dripping. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Oh. Thanks for hanging in there. Nom, 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 nom. No, come back. I still have to wait for the full time to finish. Myself 1 minute and 30 seconds left. What are you thinking of? How do you think of the game so far? I assume this is the first time you've seen Chronicles. So, go get desert. Desert and dessert. Good dessert. Dessert for desert. I'll wait till you're back. Is that... Okay, go get it. I'm just teasing. Bum 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 bum. Yay, Usk, I was just thinking about you. How was your day, Usk? How you feeling? Are you being hit by ads right now? No ads. Well, let me know if you do get ads, because yeah, we're actually ending an ad break right now. I'm doing pretty good. Let me give you a little rundown. So there's this English visiting professor. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Around. Yeah, so we have a 𝗟𝗶膚𝗹𝘀, so it's basically Prosecutor Payne. And this is our best friend Kazuma Asoji, who is a aspiring lawyer, and he wants to study abroad to Great Britain, and he's the one who actually has done all the studies and stuff. This guy was the waiter. And we were in a restaurant. This guy got shot in the chest, and the bullet didn't go through. And our main character was the one found holding the gun, and so everyone's like, blaming him. So he's the head waiter, who was serving the day of the incident. But we found out that he's actually a chief inspector, of the police. This guy is yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, no sir. Yeah, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? He's an army sergeant, and he has a baby strapped to his back. And this is 𝗟𝗶ጵ 𝗀𝘀. He is an antique stealer, and he lost his coin. at the time of the incident, and he was talking about how he's looking for it very intensely, and he basically likes to come to this restaurant and sell his wares to rich clientele. And at that time, he was talking with this guy, except that it's clear that he wouldn't be able to afford it because he can't even afford a nanny. So, Deke Stealer. I mean, hey, I said what I said. Anyway, but yeah, he has a baby strapped to his back. And he's saying that he saw us shoot the guy, blah, blah, blah. Evidence. So, yeah, occurred a little after 2 p.m. This is the photograph. Everyone says he was eating alone. Our main character says he saw a woman at his table. This was supposedly the look like his kitchen entrance, and then where the victim was sitting. Although all these tables have like 4 chairs and everything, and you can clearly see this was taken right after that there aren't 4 chairs. It's just 2. It's like 1 chair and 1 chair here, and this chair is not even facing that direction. And it's like a half-eaten steak. Blah blah blah. And then finally, we have a medical report for Dr. Wilson, the guy who was killed, and from a dentist's office that basically said that he had a molar removed, so and he's still under anesthesia, so he wasn't supposed to eat or drink for 3 hours until the anesthesia wore off. Therefore, he could not have been eating this stuff because that would be bad. Oh, yeah. What? No, that can't. Oh, and also, hey Jacob. Welcome back, General. I'm good. How are you doing? So Ryunosuke is our main character, and he is not very confident in what he's doing. He doesn't really know what he's doing, but right now he's just having his turning point, his turnabout towards being more confident. Korakuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Something you missed was that he initially put his hands down, and it sounded like a weak slap, and he would like the animation was like him looking at his hand. It was pretty funny. But now he's like proper thump. Thank you for the hydration check. Because the victim, as we now know, had just got one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Thank you for the mic and breathe. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Wait, what is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say the tables at this restaurant in the case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. Just having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating that pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, yeah, that means me. Yeah, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! No. The 2 witnesses... I mean... We don't know if the old man was eating anything, but let's say the 2 witnesses. I bet it was the sergeant and the antique dealer. Nosa-san and Kuta-san. Arrgh! Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I'd share rations with this decrepit graybeard? Insult me by associating me with this brutish carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You addle-brained idiot. I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. And as any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. It would seem you may need to reconsider your answer, Counsel. Of course, Your Excellence. The person eating the steak, an as of yet known third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. But also, it's like the back is to the table. I don't understand why they keep doing that. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there is someone else eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through the ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, those 2 witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if now it turns out the 2 of you deliberately lied when you gave your giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, General. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Tactical meeting? I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. You just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what we told us. Oh. What? What did you say, Kurokota-san? Oh, no, You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What's the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Baby. Order! Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀 had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield this kind of influence, there could only be a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We need to name whoever it was that tried to keep the witnesses' mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we have any firm accusations. Evidence that proves that whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we haven't missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I know nothing. What does the defense have to say about this? Your Excellency. Ugh, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person necessary to influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru's Hisogana-san. Hosogana-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give a false testimony? Not to mention the fact that not even a head waiter could have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's real identity, proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail. But I'm not sure we conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, it's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said, the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? Wait, the waiter's a police detective? I haven't heard of mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, so as far as the regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses here on the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you orders? Was he the one who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will now take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember that now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was unusually careless. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say You really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidences at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurants? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point to the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that it was your professional capacity as a police officer you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in one hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. We don't know why he's bleeding. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything else at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. Indeed, it was... What do you mean, Kazuma? Or Kazuma? 𝗟𝗎 University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀. 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀. She was indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of 𝗟𝗎 University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? Wow, he's so tall. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of them in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we now have discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Ugh. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jeziel. You will locate this Jeziel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you're going to go against special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Fuck is this grin? Unless you die first. Jesus Christ. Court will now adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jeziel Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Now we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Oh, I forgot to take my meds. Fuck. They were covered by my bagels, so I forgot. To be continued. November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants, Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Oh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Hey, Carlo. Mom spaghetti. It's coming from his own farts. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jeziel Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. You can't understand anything? Okay, why? Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Let me give you a quick rundown, Carlo. I'm here for you. I got you, fam. So, this guy was killed. They were blaming our Ryunosuke, who is the main character, whose face isn't here right now. This is his best friend, who's been his assistant. This was the waiter, and he said that there was no one there at the restaurant except these two. And our main character was the one holding the gun, and everyone was like, "Oh, he did it." And then we found out that this guy is actually the chief inspector who told them not to say they didn't see a woman there sitting with the victim. And now it's becoming clear that the guy wasn't eating alone because he, where's the evidence? He was shot in the chest. And he couldn't have actually been eating anything because he had gotten a tooth removed, so he wasn't allowed to eat anything. And that's basically it. So we're trying to figure out who was the woman who was across from him, why was she there, and who actually killed him, because our main character didn't actually kill him, but he was seen holding a gun. Yeah. That's the gist of it. I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers— yeah, okay. Yeah, you're saying. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and I just after I bent down and picked it up. You know, it's kind of funny that they're doing this recap. Because it's like, he's said this multiple times in the last, like, section. So, it's basically like, oh hey, he may not have been here for a while. Let's give Carlo an update. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking white as a sheet, and he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. We don't know who shot the guy. I don't think he shot himself though. But it was at close quarters because there was powder around the entry wound. Gunpowder. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that might have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste anyone's time going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then. It looks like it comes down all to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I'm very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. So you said. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? Yes, he did. If you don't mind my asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you probably are aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we might need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back into the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. To those old fossils. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly certain I would have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those tsuyuki-yaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on your University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Maybe they have, you know, bladders of steel. Hello to everyone who's new. I see so many people here. Hello. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Just a reminder, please no backseat gaming. You can ask me if I need help, and I will ask for help if I need it. But otherwise, I just like to thoroughly play. So, in case anyone's wondering. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under a rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh. Welcome back, Blender. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. It's a me, Marco! Uskio! You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. Oh, I see. Got caught. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up stricky boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering as well will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! The major revelations were that there was indeed a woman. Here, I'll give you... Since you were here, it's a little bit easier, but... So, we found out this waiter is actually a chief investigator of... He's part of the police. And he told these guys to be quiet. about the fact that there was an English woman at the same table as him who will be meeting soon. She is a student, a medical student at 𝗟𝗻 University. And so now we're trying to get her in to see why was there a cover-up and all that stuff. Thank you, Counsel. This court is in the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. For better or worse, that's one good thing about this game, at least so far, even though it's a little long-winded, but, you know, I feel like it's pretty fleshed out, is that the general... well, we don't know if it's an assassination yet, but that's kind of where that seems to be leading. But it's pretty... This one hasn't been that complicated yet, so... And you know what's really funny? Is that 𝗟𝗋𝗋 was like, yeah, so the tutorial case shouldn't take too long. Dude, this is the entire first case. It's taking long. It's an entire thing. There is no tutorial case. With that in mind, the trial will now resume to the next witness taking the stand. I'm very glad that we moved this to today and didn't try and fit some of it in yesterday. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀𝘀. Brazil? No, not Brazil. Braille. Braille. I'm thinking this is Braille. It's spelled like Braille, but then it's 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝗀𝗀. Such a weird looking name. Yes. Your Excellency! 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Oh, whoa, hello. Whoa, excuse me. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is it true? No idea. So, how could we possibly trouble to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true... Yes, we all know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it was always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. It's really funny how overzealous they are about, pleasing the English. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh yes. I did. I think I did, didn't I? Why are you guys having a love affair? By you, I mean you and Carlo and 𝗟𝗀. Yet your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. I'm jealous, Carlo. I want to get in there. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you with your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in 𝗟𝗻 University's medical faculty. How can she do that if she doesn't even speak Japanese? Because they're speaking in, I assume, presumably English, and everyone can't understand English, so... Oh my, what a rare treat for us to hear such the delicate tones of it with delightful language of the English people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha. You obviously do fine in England, 𝗟𝗋. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You clearly have been paying attention to your English classes, 𝗟𝗔𝘀𝘀. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called 𝗟𝗏𝗶𝗹𝘀, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one engineering her escape. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Right? Being used as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Wow, look at her dress. She's so fancy. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court exactly the nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Was her just talking perfect Japanese? Oh my god. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony and— oh. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Now look at the Snow-White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Welcome back at it. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. The lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before and reported them back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. What? She has everywhere where she can conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless, and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those were the witness's own words on the matter. I want to use her voice. Oh, this is ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. What the fuck? Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been some other gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh! Yeah, Ada, he's not a butler, he was a waiter, and he's secretly undercover, but he's actually the chief police, like chief inspector. But yeah, that was the lady that Ryunosuke kept talking about, but no one believed it existed. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. This bitch! A frightening, sorrowful sight. I had arranged a meeting for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. Oh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So apparently a daily occurrence is that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Debbie. And they keep mentioning it over and over again. Yes, to which we prove from the medical report card was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, it all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. We know this. And that was just because he had a tooth removed at Hata Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to act natural. Actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was having some dental treatment. So that would mean... that was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled on such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor wasn't able to eat, but he'd been permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, 𝗟𝗟𝘀𝘀? About the witness's last statement? Meaningful. It's always meaningful. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for this witness's last statement to be added formally to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, 𝗟𝗂𝘂. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there were some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being that the waiter I poured the 2 glasses myself, I clearly remember doing so. Except that you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, says the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. They can't have both done it if there's only one glass. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, 𝗟𝗂𝘂. After... oh wait, no, actually this... I want to go back. Let me go back. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is out and out, totally an unfounded lie. I would have pressed the other ones had I known that you can't go back even though it has a back arrow. Still, hearing her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform. Thanks, 𝗟𝗂𝘂. I'm dressed exactly as the way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. Oh. Break time! But she's sus. You see her evil smile? She ain't legit. You're just like the others. Carlo's just like the other simps in the courtroom, shaking my head. Because she's literally hiding behind a mask? Carlo, let me know if you can actually hear me or not. Ludwig! Ludwig, you lied to me on multiple accounts. Objection. Wow, Carlo. I didn't say that. The gay girl. Ludwig. 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 Thanks, Carla. Ludwig, you said it was going to be a short tutorial. This whole thing is a whole full-on case and it hasn't ended. Which is totally fine with me, but it's just like, damn, this is not what I expected. Sorry, Ada, you're no Sora. Have you gotten past this part, Ludwig? I guess you did. Considering you said there's no investigation. Well, I can understand why they wouldn't have an investigation here. One, we're not qualified. Barely qualified to defend ourselves. Oh, I see. I'll come back. But, also, this case is allegedly supposed to be rushed, so they wouldn't want us investigating anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Ludwig, how are you doing? Ludwig, do you need me to catch you up with anything? Or do you know what's going on? Well, basically, they just brought the woman in. So that's what's going on here. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Ada. If you think that there's nothing to spend it on, you're just not being creative enough. But yeah, like, I don't know if you noticed, but there's like an autoplay story mode feature and stuff, so it's like, there isn't really much solving, it's basically just like an intense visual novel. So at the very least, I don't think that you would be like missing much, you know? Well, I know that, but don't tell everyone else, they don't know that yet. Hush. No backseat gaming. That's what I should be aiming for this cross-examination. I haven't seen the trailer. But now I know. Okay. Kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but I'm also kidding. Like, I'm not actually that serious about it, but... Okay. Hold on. Oh god, oh my god. My fear. I got a text from my psychiatrist and for a second I thought it was indeed Thursday. It's not. It's tomorrow. Freaking me out for no reason. We're just setting up the Nya. I had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day, Nya. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Yeah. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Yeah? I almost forgot, yeah? Just short a while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, yeah? That it was exactly as it was left, yeah? That's correct, the lady says, yeah. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, yeah. The odd defense's inability to express itself, yeah? Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you, nya? Well, obviously, it's the cheers, nya? The cheers, nya? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water, nya? But if that's true, nya, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1, nya? Ah, nya. You're quite right, Counsel, nya. There's only 1 glass pictured here, nya.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over, minutia? Yeah. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case, yeah?
Objection!
Minutia, you say, yeah? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence, yeah? Of course not, yeah. I would never do something so reckless, yeah. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table, yeah. Or are you going to tell me, yeah, that you can clink with only 1, yeah? You're quite right, yeah. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table, yeah. Inspector, what did the lady say, yeah? It used to be 5, but now it's 10, yeah? It's still not even 5 minutes past, yeah? It would seem that Miss Brett who took the glass— it was Miss Brett who took the glass on the table, yeah? What? Yeah? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened, yeah? I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying, yeah? Good gracious, yeah? Sorry. There, I assure the court— oh, sorry, nya. There, I assure the court before, nya. This is of no consequence at all, nya. Oh, please, nya. You must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes, nya. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray, nya? That's absurd, nya. Oh, really, nya? So, do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful lady of mischief, nya? What, nya? No, nya. This can't be put down to mischief, nya. I'd like to know, nya. Exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene, nya. If she had no pockets or anywhere to hide it, nya. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying, yeah. A handbag, you say? Yeah. Yes, Your Excellency, yeah. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England, yeah. So the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now, yeah? However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case, yeah? This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing, yeah? And no more pretentious accusations, yeah? You have wasted enough time already, yeah? Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to how she removed the glass, yeah? I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing in this case, yeah? Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement, yeah? Well, yeah, I don't really know, nya. If you want to pursue this matter further, nya, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance, nya. Yes, you're right, nya. So she took the glass away in her handbag, yeah. If there's a deeper significance here, it's... the handbag. Yeah. Wait! Yeah, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say, yeah? Yes, you could try and keep up, yeah? It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags or small items, yeah. Let me see, yeah. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following, yeah. There are no pockets in my outfit, yeah. I have nowhere to hide a gun, yeah. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, yeah. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun, yeah. You're right, yeah. Well done, partner, yeah. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too, yeah. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard, yeah? Why is blackguard supposed to be such an insult? Yeah. It's really very simple, yeah. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor, yeah. He didn't fire that gun. We can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene, yeah. The true murder weapon, if you will, yeah. You can't seriously be suggesting, yeah. Inspector Hosonaga... Inspector Hosonaga. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Did you or did you not search Miss... Giselle... Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder, yeah? No, sir. I did not, yeah. As I thought, yeah. In other words, another gun, yeah. The one that was actually used to kill the professor, yeah. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag, yeah. No, yeah. Order, yeah. What's the meaning of this, Inspector, yeah? The meaning of what, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀, yeah? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time, yeah? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations, yeah. Brilliant work, partner, yeah. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask, yeah. Thanks, Blender. Do you really think so, Kazuma? Yeah? Yeah. 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 Well, what a sorry situation, yeah. Clear that you have no faith in the police, yeah. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, yeah. Simply because it was unnecessary, yeah. Unnecessary in what way, yeah? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really, yeah? I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about, yeah. This photographic print, yeah. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting, yeah. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag, yeah. Well, I never, yeah. You can see right through what's inside, yeah. That's right, yeah. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment, yeah. So the contents are clearly visible, yeah. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag, yeah. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious, yeah. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here, yeah. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san, yeah. Ah! Yeah! Order, yeah. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been showed considerable evidence. Did he burn his hand on the stake? Because this symbol is the one that's on the stake thing. But also, you don't actually see all the way through the bag. Unless there's, like, there could be a hidden pocket in there. That means he would have reached this hand over and burned it, like, here. But it would have to actually be hot. That'd be funny, Jim. Congratulations, Blender. You did hard work. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in the worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunotsuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Haha. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on into your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis from which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems like we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ryunotsuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed... Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunotsuke! I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial's over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Oh, he has gloves on. Or a glove. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling, yeah. I mean, not yeah. There's no yeah. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then the ruling at the case this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. It all shows the handbag gentlewoman was carrying in the day question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunotsuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀𝘀's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If I only could put my finger on it. Very well, I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Oh shit, look at him. But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Well, at least we have 𝗟𝗟𝗌𝗀𝘀. And... is there someone else? I don't know. So, let's take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify the court where this print we see the significant detail which you have alluded. Let me just... I just want to save.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That's true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it on his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as the prosecutor 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 points out, oh yeah, 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀 is another one. Because pain, 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, you know. Unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent in the precise details of this burn. Wow, letting. Excuse me, Your Excellence. I have a feeling that we might not. Well, like, I don't know about Satoru. But this one, I mean, I think if you think about it, you can see the puns. Like curio, he sells curios. Curio are like curious objects, so it's in his name, curio. 𝗟𝗟𝗌𝗀𝘀𝘀. Satoru Hosonaga. Satoru Hosonaga. I don't know about this one. Brett's probably something like Brett. 𝗟𝗟𝗌𝗀𝘀𝘀. Brett. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀. Does that sound like too... Does that sound like some word that you can think of? 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀 Brit. Just an ill Brit. Just a ill Brit. She's sick. She's mad. I don't know. Excuse me, Your Excellency. Just a little Brit, maybe. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. Her name is weird, though. Like, I've never seen a first name like that. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗟𝘀? Vice Farno, is this the same use? Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right, but also I feel like they probably tried to do a little of both if they could, you know. Do you believe that, because it's like it's already built in that like there's a lot of overlap between British and Japanese, so it would make sense that some names, even though they're Japanese, have puns in English. Oosk. Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what it's little more than conjecture. But if we have evidence that irrefutable links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then will you allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. But she's already pale. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. This is the time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inexorable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things you may have overlooked at some time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝘀. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible on this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. I have to say, I don't think Prosecutor Payne ever had this much dialogue. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, We can't know if that happened that day in question or not. Could have been the day before, or the day before that, or more likely, at any other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... Then maybe it must have happened when he was dead. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It's no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've never heard of anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question. That, and yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not that day or any day before it. Haha, very funny. And that's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his hand on their plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would have been beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiquities dealer... Oops, I pressed... All of us, without any question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, what are you thinking? Could it really be true? I've never dreamt you'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe you've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from the one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's the only possible... If the man was already dead. Already... dead? Ledig is like, oh yeah, definitely asleep. Knowing what we know, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's... madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, it's absurd. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀, it's you who have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, The court must hear from this witness again. If it's true we are now to believe, then the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Hahaha, Ludwig, you're funny. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying your country, after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honored by this lavish consideration for you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are really getting interesting, 𝗟𝗔𝗀𝘀. Oh boy. About damn time! Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the raider brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I have heard, the post-mortem report shows no other possibility of death besides the gunshot. If there was some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Sounds like she poisoned him. Poison is a woman's weapon. That was the most captivating and beautiful testimony will ever go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that's the last time I would have to sully my lips with the coarse tongues of your unbecoming tongue. Coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a not at all, not at all. It's a delight to merely hear your... It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what just happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Yes, you've told us that 1,000,000 times. Is that clear? Oh, wow, his lips jiggled. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I've arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! What fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, 𝗟𝗏. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that correct? Dr. Wilson is only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak at the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Oh! I have enough English to understand that, at least, for the benefit of other... for the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I heard, post-mortem reports showed no other possibility of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. At least there's no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only be the bullet from your gun that put the end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had even cooled slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. If the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it brought out from the kitchen, then he must have been already dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor 𝗟𝗏 is right. Ugh. If there is some other way that a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale signs, traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all these causes of death, that's true, but maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? Oh, on my honor, 𝗟𝗏 will cut down anyone who has such aspirations. Aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, police store everything found in the crime scene for later examination, but in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. So he's proof of the poison. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can about this, you understand. Ahaha, a killer blow. The lady is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He actually is admitting to our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀 is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There's some moment before when something didn't quite seem right. Hosonaga. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Suke. I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. I need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue to help us find the chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something has been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything at a crime scene for later investigation. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it, isn't it so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been on the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're just listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It all has to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person just at the right. If you can catch the person just at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice something strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright, so I should first move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what was on his mind. Here we go. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, evidence may be lost.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Ah! What's the meaning of this? So sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking of something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard that the lady next to you has said. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I am involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table that day in question, and yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I can guarantee it. Not while he lives. I can't say I condone this witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes. It was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man's burnt hand burnt his wrist like that. Thank you for the hydration. Yeah, that means everyone has to hydrate. Get on it, team. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. And go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Well, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone all quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Yes!
What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison! Welcome back, Fox. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to sip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who possibly could have done it. Who are you? Just like that. You said it just like that. Hey, you caught the kaiju! Wow. Wow, Maz Bunder. Wow, worth 936 gold. Free time. I'm just gonna close my eyes for a few niñas. I think it's a combination of having not really slept well, plus staring so intently at the screen. But I realized it feels like the stream has gone on longer than it actually has, because probably just because I'm fatigued, but I'm also running off pure adrenaline because I'm enjoying myself. Oh yeah, boy! Heft. Hefty, heft. Thank you for the thing to breathe. Thank you for the stretch. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I come bearing a baby cat. Baby cat. No. It is best baby cat. After me, I am number one baby cat. Hi. What say you, baby cat? Meow? Baby cat is purring. Can't hear him, but you just better trust that this baby boy is purring. You telling him to trust?
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we are only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling what your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may. I will... It is you. It is you who should be silent. That's funny. It's like, I will just... Shut up! Kitty, 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 so cute. Kitty, kitty. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I might have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten my guiding principle, what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Okay, enjoy dinner. You have dinner early today. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered the test for every toxin available in this country at the present time. We find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Yeah, you're right, Vox. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he were poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, to shoot a shot from the chest of this gun is the one conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Kazuma, come in clutch, come on! The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counselor for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present this court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunotsuke, I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Wait, who's that? Oh! Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Tsusato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in 𝗟𝗶ጵ Blender understands. Blender knows. But we all knew it needed to happen. November 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. Just go on and on and on. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. Wow, fuck you. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English. It's 𝗟𝗶ጵ research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, what does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of career and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Career? What is that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little for me to read in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye upon it. This is wonderful, thank you. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at University. Goodbye then, and good luck. I like her. I like her. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of this region have used this since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. Above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. That's why he was burned! Or maybe, possibly, due to its ability to render a human body paralytic. It's believed that the toxin can have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or our patients will die of suffocation. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? Blow fart. She blew a blow fart. Yeah, she couldn't get past all those skirts. I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. 𝗟𝗏, we're out of options here. This is really our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. This poor judge. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I will have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat it as an order. Okay. Drive safely. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. Oh, I forgot to give her her accent. I just gave her a female voice. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Yes! Miss Jaziel Brett. We understand you're studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as 𝗟𝗋, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense! 𝗟𝗋, you say? I've never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of 𝗟𝗋 before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'll never identify 𝗟𝗋. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, 𝗟𝗋 has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems it's reasonably well known among the European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by laced with 𝗟𝗋 suffer instant death. Does that sum it up, Miss Brett?
Attention!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. Okay, sleep well. Thanks for stopping by again. To start with, if the victim had been administered the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that this victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that 𝗟𝗋 was used. Explain yourself, Consul. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects go largely unnoticed. Ryunotsuke. Oh wait, but I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after such a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation, and all the while the victim is conscious and very aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep, but for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly 𝗟𝗋 poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Consul, actually contains this terrifying poison.
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts? You think you're so clever, but you must be taught the man-
It's you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal others' honest work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That is really a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. You wanna go outside? Baby boy?
The baby boy wants to go outside.
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it and be like, see? There's no poison. It's so unnecessary. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Oh shit, she actually said cheers. Wait, what? What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no career. The bottle was clean. That's what you're saying. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. It's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given up more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified for all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There has to be poison in that bottle. Just how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? Because it was on the glass. I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose, if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to be been poison in that bottle, doesn't there?
But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead.
Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes, it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, for which you will be penalized. What? Oh, this whole trial is poisoned. There has to be poison. Come on. Okay, I guess there is poison. The culprit did put Carrere poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could have contained poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drink the water from it.
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How, exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here. One by one, I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with the evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
It seems the defense, or should I say the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You have to okay, I got that one wrong. Sorry, Your Excellency. I'll try and find another better supporting evidence. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer to the facts. If the defense, the wretched accused, truly intends to assert this claim, I must ask you to supporting evidence. Okay. Thank you for the blink and breathe. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. The only thing I can think of... The only thing I can think of is that it's like she knows the cure in her report.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered as an entirety by this court. You will redirect us to pertinent section counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Probably practical applications. It's written right here under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how a poison can be drunk without taking the effect? That's a practical application of the poison's use as a drink, maybe. You'll have to do better than that. Really? I shudder to think how we'll fare with the 20th century if we're led by the likes of you. Yes, yes. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀, What? Read properly. Thanks for the concise advice. Something that explains how the Englishwoman could have taken the career. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their... So maybe just like... the hunters knew how to do it, otherwise they would... Oh, because it's not a wound? Because they're out of entry, maybe? I think it's the route of entry. I concur. They're We've been hearing a lot about this career poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh? Counsel? Well, it sounds as though the indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot whenever they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of the hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
Wow, But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be trace of poison left in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. Ooh, excuse me. So surely the hunters wouldn't eat the prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to the conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, that means the particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Career enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever. It probably went into, like, where his molar got removed.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You know its Career's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little...
Rapscallion!
What? Does that look like she said scallion? Well, Inosuke, it turns out. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it could possibly... So, the little ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
Even as your brain has managed to deduce, Herrera is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, then the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah! That's right! Good gracious.
That's the basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
It's because of the tooth! It's the tooth! Order! Order! The logic hold. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Oh, she shut up, blow. Are you trying to suggest...
This Carrere poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that.
What is this? Welling up inside me. Objection! I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies. It's so intense, it's almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
That was the most weak objection I've ever heard. Objection! It wasn't objection! It was just objection. I don't think so, Miss 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Whoa, what happened to her? Ew! Did you see her mask? It got huge. That's gross. Counsel. Oh, Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you that you must provide compelling evidence. It was like, Kame!
Huh?
Kame! As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Carrere?
Take that!
Take that! Didn't it kind of sound like he had a British accent? As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. Like, this looks so goofy. She's just, like, holding it out. Was it, like, were they just too lazy to make her eyes? Like, what the fuck? The toxic effects of Carrere are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But... that's true. I guess you're right. I hadn't thought about that. How do they even do that again? How did they make it look 3D? Like, I know I had two cameras, but like... I can't remember how they, like, made it appear to us. What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times at your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. The fuck? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! I mean, come on, there's probably a drop there. What is it? What just happened? This Englishwoman, she just smashed that bottle! In the Supreme Court! What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water, the broken bottle, as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I can assure you will soak up the water beautifully. And you neither have the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout all as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there was really poison in the bottle, or not. Hugh. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. Nintendo DS, a parallaxer on screen. Right. That's right. And look at this that's right. And really, look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Carrere. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead in the chest, with your own hidden gun. And then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. How could she do that? You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, this prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ah! This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? You've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any other clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So, think back on it again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Mr. Wilson's killer? I don't think the meat was raw. I think that maybe it was put in the meat, or no, something like that. I don't know. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Huh. You always had something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. All right. I can't wait. It's been niggling at me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is, it could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Mr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Does it? Will it blink?
Take that!
He totally does have a British accent. Take that! Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He still smiles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you've strived for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took on the victim's plate that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photograph print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wood base of the plate the steak was served on, there was a splattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it?
Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph, and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson from the chest in the front, there's no way that blood from the victim would have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Isabel, Jeziel, Brett, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something accused is apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment of that my entire career of force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice.
Then we can find out for sure whether there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now!
Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Oh my god. My heart. Sorry for the delay. This is what you ordered, the steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table beside the professor. There was blood on that side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah! I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend the attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ah! This sorry-looking stick reveals facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Was the play I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? I doubt it. What? Huh? You're right. Tao was right. Because he stole it and he hid it under the stake. I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark from the Hoei area, I believe. I mean, era. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. So this isn't the first time today there's been a talk of a Hoei Koban. I heard the pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. I don't believe you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... This is the wrong plate! I certainly never expect to find his precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. It must have been... It's well marinated in its juices as well, look. What are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryonosuke. A Koban coin underneath a steak. There's only one logical explanation. This is it now. I've lost it. Ryonosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence before my... whatever. As the examination has been requested by the defense, it's not been shown to be problematic in any way. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to cleanse the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. He's probably so just like exasperated. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I believe I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye anymore to unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will clearly now show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef is this new clue to be found?
Got it!
He definitely has a British accent. What? What? Oh, come on. Well, then how do I... How do I pick it up? Oh, thank you, Tao. Huh? What in the world is... I think it's a Koban coin. Yeah. Oh, Mark of the Hoy. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, we did this. Okay, moving on. Got it. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Ahoy Era wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why am I giving him a British accent? He just... Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? It could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're here to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant in the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellence. Yes, Counsel. Oh. Talk about an epic, let me tell ya. He doesn't even have a lawyer job. I think I consumed too much carbonation. Burp like it's hot. Burp it like it's hot. I'm trying to like drop it like it's hot, but burp it like it's hot. I don't like burping. It's unseemly for a cat. I've never heard a cat burp. But I will Be right back. I'm gonna go to Little Kitten's room.
Objection!
If it proves to be irrelevant, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the caban that was found under the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of the Rasute Kurio Korikuta-san. As in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly that moment, the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry. What were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, ahoy, Kara Koban, my prized coin! Hey Demi, welcome back. We got our first objection from Ryunosuke. Turns out he has a British accent, so next case I'll give him a British accent. So, let's see, the lady snapped, and at every turn she basically told them, "You're wrong."
Objection!
Oh, whoops. No, wait. No. Stop, auto. F, stop. Oops. Ugh. Clicked the wrong thing. Okay. So, did you hear about her, did you hear about her report? Were you there for that? Let me do. Debbie! Tell me about poison. Yeah. So, through her report, so this is her research report, and basically she took the bottle and then she drank from it, and then everyone was shocked because, but it turns out that it's only if you ingest it, and then ingesting is fine. It's only if you get it in a wound that's the issue, and then so there's a whole back and forth, and then we reminded everyone that Dr. Wilson had gotten a molar removed, so he had a wound in his mouth. And then there was the whole thing of okay, well, you, how do you explain that the back was to her? And she's like, and they were like, oh, well, you shot him, and then she turned him around. And then, our character remembered that there was some, blood here, because his friend was like, remember, the smells, the sights, what do you remember, all that stuff. So he's like, oh, there's blood here. And so the trusty inspector had kept the plates of steak, and so he brought it in, but there was no blood because it was the wrong steak, because this is the Koban coin that went missing. So basically, this is the inspector accidentally brought the wrong steak. But yeah, the Brett is getting increasingly more insulting. So this is all coming to light right now. That's basically the gist of it. I don't think I left anything out. Kusato was the one who brought the thing. So remember this old guy, he lost his gold Koban coin. He was trying to sell it to this guy, but this guy doesn't have any money, so he clearly stole it from this guy. And he put it under his steak. But this guy accidentally brought the wrong steak to the courthouse. And it was actually the other steak that he was supposed to bring. But yeah, so she... I mean, he has both steaks, but the one he was showing first he meant to show hers, but he showed this guy's instead.
Did we sandwich between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
I do remember there's something that happened, Demi, after you left, and I'm like, oh, Demi would like this. I can't remember what it was, though. Oh, maybe it was just that, I don't know. The your girl? The young girl? Okay, so she is this professor's daughter, and apparently women are not allowed to even view... They're not supposed to be in courtrooms, so I'm sure that's going to be a plot point in the future. But she said that she was the judicial assistant, and she brought this in, and she was only... And the paper was written in English, so she was able to only give notes in the short time that she had it. So, I can read the note. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis to the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die of suffocation. So basically, she toasted him, and he drank it, and then he immediately became paralyzed, and he got a... And that's how the doctor got this weird burn that's obviously fresh and like all that stuff, because the plate had just come out, and he was already paralyzed or already dead or something. And then so she shot him afterwards to, you know, frame Ryunotsuki. But we don't know where she's like hidden the gun yet. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurokuta back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Yeah, but I think that she kind of, yeah. But she kind of timed it so then when he picked up the gun, she would shoot to make it look like him. So I think she might have, you know, assumed that it was probably going to be him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Oh, and her swan is real, by the way. It goes, caca! I can't believe we're coming back to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find out that it's a key element to the case. Oh, right, so that was... Okay, well, when this segment is over, I'll explain. Oh, yay! You caught the 29th duck! Congratulations! You got an achievement for it. Yeah, so, so one of the plots was like, oh, we cheered in celebration, yeah, but where they're like, there's only one cup on the table. And she's like, ah, well, I put the cup in my handbag. It's like, well, you said you had no pockets, so then couldn't you have hid the gun in your handbag? And then they're like, Inspector, did you not check her handbag? He's like, I didn't have to because it's a mesh handbag. You can see right through it, so there's nothing to be hidden. And, you know, and because she was trying to hide that she was there in the first place, she took her glass, and so that kind of just goes along with that plot point. But yeah. That's why she has a mesh bag, because it's all the rage in London right now. What is this all about? I have been called up again. Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we are. Like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this 𝗟𝗏 shop's owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurata-kun-san, Kurekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. No problem. I'm wondering if, like, in the future cases, I should just... that's it! That's the one! The very one! The very exact one it is! Did he just get a knife in his foot? By the way, yeah, so I'm wondering if, like, in future cases, I would just give them all British accents, because that's really the more realistic thing. They're probably gonna have British accents anyway. The resplendent, splendiferous, hoary treasure that my rusty bones made it misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where is my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found it, your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaked in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means that someone must have hidden it in there on purpose. What are you talking about, Carlo? I give everyone VIP treatment when it comes to explaining. I did it for you, too. You're not, you know. Anyway, you know what I mean. Someone concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would have done such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosanaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this 𝗟𝗶 incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there is a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of this person who's stolen the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀's koban and hid it under the steak?
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I, the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido's the mastermind behind all of this! You would push the blame on your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. You. Ah! Clippity clappity clippity clappity clippity clappity clippity clappity clippity clappity. Ah! Oh my god. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant 𝗍𝗍 Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays and expects to keep our country safe. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recent ending conflicts remained in place. And I've heard that it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing all the things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go in there and do a reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping away through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his caban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too, so I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you can carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Of course, dear lady. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed guests, gentlewomen, please be excused, Your Excellency! Indeed. The thief of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? And as for picking up your steak and biting it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Oh my god. The number of times I've gone through this. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid. Just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to ask you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? Contradiction.
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. What she said is expose an undeniable contradiction. Does that mean they did not realize that it was not her steak this entire time? Like, that just seems stupid. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? This one because it has fork and knife?
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the steak where Edgeworth's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clear, defined, barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness is, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be any teeth marks on the steak at all. But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave it. I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks on the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow has disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves that once and for all, who shot Mr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks on the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Mr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd! The trial's run several hours already, and you're here, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. Just get to the point! Ugh, there can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Absence of evidence doesn't mean evidence of absence.
Take that!
Take that! The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant 𝗟𝗃 told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Kurakuta's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant 𝗟𝗃, could you please confirm something for me? Was that steak that you put on the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that detectives submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant 𝗟𝗃's meal. What? That makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet, the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Army. I mean, British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over here. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that. I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that would be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. Okay, good to know that also Naga isn't totally incompetent. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with one of the foreign ladies' table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did do what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. What did you say in the British accent? All you did. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant 𝗟𝗃 switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve the evidence, you had taken both. Ah! That is correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It couldn't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling away from out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers seeing. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson. Yeah, I agree, Ludwig. There is a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. Hey, Sora. Also, he's not a butler. He's a waiter who's undercover because he's secretly a chief inspector. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sora, where have you been? Where have you been, Sora? I feel like I haven't seen you in like a month. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the very moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Mr. Wilson in the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss 𝗟𝗶hes Brett. I can never say her name. It's you! Outdone by a Japanese. Me! By a Japanese schoolboy. No, 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 no. Yeah! Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, they're so cute. Can we keep one? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellence. It was I who took the professor's life using career. As you surmised, I simply chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because career is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately, however. Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else?
Such a trifling matter. The fact you decided to come over and greet the professor meant I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair, such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan in the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Mr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of 𝗟𝗏 in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent over to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀 was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That was when I took my opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Mr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Is she gonna kill him too? Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh, I'm exhausted. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀 never does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
Sora, why are you using this account? Why aren't you on your normal account? Why have you not been on stream? Why have you left me? You've abandoned me. Is it because you're at work now? You're like on the job and stuff? Or is that next Monday? I can't remember. I'm gonna keep forgetting until it's normal again. Miss you. I'm pretty sure you've already asked him. It's not been the same without you, Sora. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. General, it's when she asks you if you're Japanese. She's Japanese. She's always trying to find someone Japanese in my community, and she never can. Arr!
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the 𝗟𝗋𝗋 family name will never be forgotten.
Oh, I forgot to make his voice nasally. You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Wait. Yeah, you said that, but... why can't you... What happened? Yeah, what 𝗟𝗋𝗋 said. That's why I'm like speechless. I'm like, there's so many ways to recover passwords nowadays. I find it hard to believe that, you know. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yo. Oh. He probably cut off Ryosuke's clothes too. Jesus Christ. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the 𝗟𝗋 clan will never measure up to the 𝗟𝗶 clan. Probably, you didn't even try! Huh, Sora! Oh my god, am I gonna have to... I can't believe you. I believe we'll go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Yeah, but Sora, I need you! Also, why did you delete Twitch? I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern tech methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. So when you re-downloaded it, I guess it just didn't save the cache. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asuji. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah, I think so too, Ledig. I mean, look at Phoenix Wright's ancestor. He already has, like, the hair starting to grow out. Oh, yes? In you, I sense... How can I put this? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yeah. I'm still speechless. This court is now adjourned. No, I'm not sore. It's because you've been gone and you haven't been around to help me. So you can suck my nuts. You can't ban me for saying things I don't understand. And then, like, I was asking other people and, like, everyone else didn't know. You're, like, the only one who would be able to say it, like, definitively. And without you, what am I supposed to do? I'm shit out of luck. So you can only blame yourself. That's it. You don't have the privilege of taking away my dub privilege because you aren't around to fix me. You gotta fix me! 22nd November. And also these names are really long. And, like, kind of unusual. 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Katsuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large takoyaki from the place on Ume University. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, was the girl. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. Oh, I can't speak words anymore. It's been a lot, okay? You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much!
If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Makotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took out the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Makotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensics medicine in Great Britain. Oh no, 𝗟𝗋𝗀, no! Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn. Okay, so Ada told me it was Asoji. Is it Asoji? Great Britain has a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what happens. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asoji-kan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. I mean, 𝗟𝗋𝗀, that would definitely be something I could see. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? 𝗟𝗋𝗀, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Makotoba. 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 Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. I'll have to show you, like... Makotoba. What did I say? Did I say Makotoba? Sometimes even though when I know how they're pronounced, I still will mispronounce it because I'm saying it too fast. So, that's also that. Surely she's going to face trial now herself. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Makotoba. Makotoba. I think I've been swallowing the I. Makotoba. You know how you like read things in your head and then you say it out loud and it's like different? Yeah. Anyway. I'll compare the names and I'll have you help me say them correctly, and then I'll keep a note so next time I'll say them more accurately. 𝗟𝗋𝗀 will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. Pretty much, Demi. But what's this all about, consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular
court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so as long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular government just like that. Oh. Can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for that young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's have some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I shall be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. But he's still coughing. Like, is no one gonna address that? He's like dying. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Maybe. Is anyone having ads right now? Okay, then I'm gonna keep going. No, they can't. The the important people are here right now. So, so Josiel Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. I think we'll find out eventually. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha ha ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll become the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but think that maybe you're the one destined to become the great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. Hey, Zeth! If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All those tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Yeah, someone said Uno. So that's what I was saying. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. I find very hard to pronounce. Oh, sorry, what do you mean that's the point? Listen, 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to order a win? 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. Yeah, probably. I never had a J card to begin with! Knowledge of the law? How can you take... But also, even if I did have a J card, how can you take it back when I haven't had a chance to learn? That's not fair. It's a boost! No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. I like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about whether you believe what you believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believe in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced some hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Oh, sorry, I will say you're a lot better at describing names than Ada is. I was asking, is it like 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 or 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀? And he wrote 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀, which is like literally how it's spelled. I'm like, that's not helpful. There's something I actually want to ask you, 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. So, Rio. Yeah. Welcome back, Blender. Yeah, it's a favor, really. Something really important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? By this time I've totally given up, like, trying to give them distinct voices. I'm, like, tired. I is I and E. You just said I is I, not I. Do you mean E? Blender, I'll tell you when once I get through this and save it and I'll tell you later. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀, not 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀. Nope, so what I'm saying is when I see this, it sounds like G to me. G is what you seem to be pronouncing to me. E is I. E, but G. Yeah. Okay. Well, I would have pronounced G and G as the same. That's why I was trying to say 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀. No, but I'm saying that to me, as an English speaker, it looks like you're saying G. For me, J EE and GEE sound the same. I would pronounce it the same if I just saw them in isolation. So that's why I'm saying what you seem to be trying to say, which is ghee, I would say like this. Like when we talk about like ghee, like Indian ghee, it's has the with a G. Like is it a soft G or a hard G? That's the issue. That's what we're like. That's where the thing lies. It's just ghee. It's not. I'm not saying it's like gahi. I'm just saying ghee. But you're listening to me. I'm telling you that for me, G and G sound exactly the same. Geek. E. Yeah, geek is, it would be pronounced like geek. That's how I would be able to understand it. Sorry, I'm telling you, no, I'm going to, oh. Oh my god. I know there's no H. Oh! Wow, Sora has a really special talent to like tilt me in the smallest amount of like time ever. I can't. Okay, moving on. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Sora, you don't understand. Like, I don't like it. I really don't like it. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. No, I don't want to be tilted. Please. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Tosato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. I'm not redeeming that, Sora. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. I didn't think we were gonna get through an entire episode in one. I've had like heartburn for the past like 3 hours. I just want to leave. Let me out. Okay. Yeah, well... You're right. Drink water if you don't have any med. Thank you for the hydration. We don't do cheek slaps over here. Sorry, you're on my naughty list right now. Hey. Yes. Let's just drop by Mortish. She's playing Leave the Company. She dropped by earlier this morning, so I'm going to give her some love. Thank you so much, you guys, for today, sticking through with me, and I hope you have a good one. Blue for poof. Have a good one. Bye bye. See you on Friday. Bye.